E aí, gente, beleza? Boa noite, como é que vocês estão? Achei, tá? Vá procurar meu house aqui. Vamos lá. Prontinho. Não. Prontinho, vamos lá. O gacha vai. O coisa vai me dar. O PV vai me dar isso aqui. Pronto. Daí, florzinhas. Cadê? Tá aqui. Eu masquei hoje. Gostei. Ah, é a música que a Jenny tá cantando. Legal, é a música que a Jenny tá cantando. Ah, não dá, já peguei tudo. Só amanhã.
命が惜しくば引っ込んでいろ。このバラに誓って美はアテナに認められたのだと思うと、
私の力を望まれるというなら行きましょう。受けてみよう、我がコスモ。
インファーノソード。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
我がコスモ。
抱いてくれる。抱いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃ソード。全
力であなたを撃つ。
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。死ね。
Esse é o segundo nome que tem que subir.
全力であなたを撃つ。
控えてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。控えてくれる。
Não, consegui.
どうだ。インファーノソード。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。 咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。己の無力を思い知るがいい。インファーノソード。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。くらえ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。悲しいな。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
くらえ。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。どうだ。
我がコスモ。
咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。グレイテストエクリプス。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。どうだ。
Eu acho que eu vou tirar esse primeiro 9 aqui.
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。くらえ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。世界。
Lá de novo. Depois a gente pega as poeiras.死ぬがよい。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。 Já para a luta aí, eu já ganho.
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。くらえ。咲いてくれる。死ね。咲いてくれる。全力であなたを撃つ。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。どうだ。咲
Vai,
ここにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。悲しいな。咲いてくれる。
星雲祈願。
インファーノソード。
星雲祈願。
インファーノソード。
我がコスモに。
はっ。
Pronto.
Cosmo. インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。どうだ。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。グレイテストエクリプス。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。闇の世界。
Ah, de novo.
星雲祈願。
未来永劫苦しむがいい。死ね。
Acho que não vai terminar.
全力であなたを撃つ。
グレイテストエクリプス。
星雲祈願。
Tem que já esse nave daqui.
星雲祈願。
グレイテストエクリプス。
全力であなたを撃つ。
死ね。
Consegui.
悲しいな。
Caraca, meu, isso aqui ficou difícil.
Cosmo. グレイテストエクリプス。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。どうだ。
星雲祈願。
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。くらえ。咲いてくれる。
我がコスモ。
咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。望みはすべて断たれた。死ね。咲いてくれる。
全力であなたを撃つ。
くらえ。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。
Consegui.
ソード。 もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。
Liguei.
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。どうだ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。どうだ。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。世界。
全力であなたを撃つ。
インファーノソード。
全力であなたを撃つ。
Vamos lá.
我がコスモ。
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。
我がコス
モ。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。
我がコス
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。どうだ。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。くらえ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。ソード。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。往生際よく死ぬがよい。はっ。くれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。くらえ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。どうだ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。世界。
Ih, lá se vai o afro.
咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。くらえ。グレイ
我がコスモ
インファーノソード
Ai,
見咲いてくれる
pelo menos esse aqui é mais rápido que o outro.
どうだ
全力であなたを撃つ
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃これが新たなカプリコーンの刃もはやどこにも逃がさぬくらえこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃ソードどうだ
我がコス
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬインファーノソード咲いてくれる
全力であなたを撃つ
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃咲いてくれるくらえインファーノソードこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃咲いてくれる
我がコス
もはやどこにも逃がさぬこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃くらえ咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃どうだ咲いてくれるインファーノソード咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃咲いてくれる咲いてくれるくらえインファーノソード咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれる咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬグレイテストエクリップス
Falta 4.
星雲祈願
咲いてくれるこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃
全力であなたを撃つ
咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃ソード咲いてくれる
我がコスモ
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃くらえもはやどこにも逃がさぬ死ねくれる
全力であなたを撃つ
咲いてくれる咲いてくれるくらえこ これが新たなカプリコーンの刃の世界。くれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。
Nossa, não. Ah, tá no nível 200, por isso.
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。未来永劫苦しむがいい。死ね。咲いてくれる。あっちー。
星雲祈願。
咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。
我がコスモ。
咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。インファーノソード。咲いてくれる。くらえ。
全力であなたを撃つ。
咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃ソード。咲いてくれる。
我がコス
咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。インファーノソード。
3.
星雲祈願。
O problema é que ontem eu ganhei 2.000 com 200, né? Que na verdade foi 2.050. 2.050. Dessa vez eu não vou ganhar 2.050, eu vou ganhar menos. Então vale mais a pena não fazer isso aqui. Quer dizer, vale porque tu gasta menos tempo.
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。テストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。
星雲祈願。
咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。インファーノソード。
星雲祈願。
これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。くらえ。咲いてくれる。
Deixa eu esticar.
己の無力を思い知るがいい。インファーノソード。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。悲しいな。咲いてくれる。
星雲祈願。我がコスモよ。
死ね。
星雲祈願。
インファーノソード。
全力であなたを撃つ。星雲祈願。
グレイテストエクリプス。
Não, são dois.
Vaga cosmo.
死ね咲いてくれる
星雲祈願。
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃ソード咲いてくれる
星雲祈願。
もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるもは
Ah,
や
eu vou ter que botar uma blusa, tô ficando com frio.
定規はよく死ぬがよい
Acho que eu vou fazer isso.
闇の世界咲いてくれるくらえ
Pra pegar uma blusa, tô frio.
コーンの刃
Já volto aí, gente, só não.
インファーノソード
Isso, agora tu chuta a garrafa d'água, quebra a garrafa.
くれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬグレイテストエクリプス咲いてくれるどうだ咲いてくれるインファーノソード咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬグレイテストエクリプス咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるくらえインファーノソード咲いてくれるこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれるどうだこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃、もはやどこにも逃がさぬインファーノソード
我がコスモに
死ね咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬ
星雲祈願
くらえこれが新たなカプリコーンの刃これが新たなカプリコーンの刃もはやどこにも逃がさぬどうだ咲いてくれる未来永劫苦しむがいい闇の世界もはやどこにも逃がさぬ咲いてくれる咲いてくれるグレイテストエクリプス咲いてくれる咲いてくれるもはやどこにも逃がさぬインファーノソード咲いてくれるどうだ これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。くらえ。グレイテストエクリプス。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。どうだ。咲いてくれる。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃とエクリプス。咲いてくれる。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。グレイテストエクリプス。もはやどこにも逃がさぬ。咲いてくれる。咲いてくれる。死ね。
Recuperei toda a vida de volta. Aí. Não, não é aqui. Prontinha. Caraca, 17 passou pra 20, de 29 passou pra 33, aqui passou pra 50. Eu não sei se eu choro, eu não sei se eu rio, eu não sei se eu esgano o jogo.
コスモよ、私を導け。覚悟なさい。我がコスモ。
ここは任せて。チェーンネビロ、俺に任せとけ。はっ、受けてみろ。ペガサス、ここは任せて。行け。
容赦はせぬぞ。これが新たなカプリコーンの刃。咲いてくれる。
出ます。
身の程を知れ。
我がコスモ。
ここは任せて。高まれコスモよ、受けてみろ。ペガサス水星剣、心のコスモよ、ここは任せて。奇跡を起こせ。
容赦はせぬぞ。どうだ。容赦はせぬぞ。咲いてくれる。容赦はせぬぞ。咲いてくれる。くらえ。どうだ。
受けてみよ。我がコスモ。
行け。金城鉄壁。
さあ、楽に
俺に
してやろう。
任せとけ。ペガサス水星剣、ペガサス流星剣、ここは任せて。インナーゴッド、
咲いてくれる。容赦はせぬぞ。咲いてくれる。ジェー。どうだ。くらえ。咲いてくれる。
出ます。星雲祈願。
行け。それくれ。ノーブルベノン、受けてみろ。
Não, aqui, porque eu não tô com double turn.
ここは任せて。
容赦はせぬぞ。どうだ。くらえ。咲いてくれる。どうだ。ジェー。咲いてくれる。
覚悟なさい。星雲祈願。
今こそ受けよ、この旬の究極の力を。
さあ、楽にしてやろうか。
ペガサス、ここは任せて。くらえ。
くらえ。ジェー。咲いてくれる。くらえ。咲いてくれる。どうだ。容赦をせぬ。ジェー。
我がコスモ。
ここは任せて。インプレグナブルフォートレス。
さ 楽にしてやろうか。
行くぜ行くぜ。ペガサスここは任せて。インナーゴッド咲いてくれる。くらえ咲いてくれる。容赦を捨てる。咲いてくれる。
覚悟なさい。我がコスモに
くれ。インプレグナブルフォートレス。
ノーブルベノ
これだ。ペガサス水星剣。ペガサス流星剣。ここは任せて。インナーゴッドどうだ。容赦をせぬ。咲いてくれる。容赦をせぬ。咲いてくれる。くらえ容赦をせぬ。どうだ。
受けてみよ。我がコスモに
くれ。高まれコスモよ。
ノーブルベノ
受けてみろ。ペガサス水星剣。ペガサス流星剣。ここは任せて。ひっじゃさあさあじゃ咲いてくれる。あくらえどうだ。咲いてくれる。じゃ
Não mostrou o último dano.
星雲祈願。
ここは任せて。インプレグナブルフォートレス行くぜ。ペガサス水星剣。高まれここは任せて。行くぞ容赦はせぬぞ。咲いてくれる。くらえ咲いてくれる。くらえ咲いてくれる。
Então a gente matou, só que o último dano ele não contou. A única forma de matar é fazer assim. Hum. Tá. Três. Venci 3 no torneio eterno. 3 ou 2? 2.
行け。土足で踏み荒らされてはこのエリシオンが汚れるわ。さあ行くぞ。トランプイリュージョン。デスライブセンシブバカ。はっ。セクシー明快派。デスライブ。
な。
見よ、ゴールドセイントの真の力を。たっ。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。ジャッジメント。 さあ行くぞバカめ。
Pronto. Pronto.
何？スイートイリュージョン。呪語の信託。問答無用。見よ、ゴールドセイントの真の力を。ブロー。石石混走派。へえ。消えろ。ここは私が始末。クソが。はぜろ。
おお。
落ちろ。心ゆくまで相手をしてやる。誰を先に殺すも同じこと。アルタノズフォビア。
ブルーインパルス。えい。
何？これで勝利は完璧なものとなった。さあ行くぞ。何？リインカネーション。石石混走派。
Uou, perdi.
バカめ。お前にいちいち話をする義理などないわ。息の根を止めてくれるぞ。
ああ。
何？バカ。クソが。
お前たちは先へ行け。息の根を止めてくれるぞ。さあ受けろ。せい赤赤明快派。
ごぼう系の力、誰を先に殺すも同じこと。タルタルズトビア、究極カムイ、インナーゴッド。
Ai, meu Deus.
赤赤総園。
Pronto. Ih, consegui. Pronto.
"どこまで増長すれば気が済むのです?"
誰？赤赤明快派。これで勝利は完璧なものとなった。
Aqui.
見よ、ゴールドセイントの真の力を。勝しな。
トリンがノクターン、その身をもって思い知るがいい。
Eu gosto que ele fica me fantasminha sentado em cima da caixa.
Ochiro! これで勝利は完璧なものとなった。
天地万物すべてのものが眠りにつく。
ごぼう星の力、
ひれ伏しなさい。ブルーインパルス。
困るな。
上はまだ
ここは全人
立ち上がれる
できぬエリシオンだというのに。
Pronto. Pronto. Tem que fazer mais um.
神である私に勝てるとでも思っているのか。
Pronto.
約束だ。天馬、この世界早く終わらせてあげな。僕は紙気取りの邪悪な人間。 とっくに知ってる。
Bonitinho.
妹を平気で殺せるかって、決まってるだろう。これは聖戦なんだから。
Oh. Apenas. Nível máximo.
Kami である私に勝てるとでも思っているのか?
Ah. Tá.
僕を迎えに来たんだね。僕は髪気取りの邪悪な人間。とっくに知ってる。
Falta só botar uma habilidade no 2.
この世界、早く終わらせてあげなければ。
Vai.
Hontou
よかろ
う。バカめ、お前にいちいち話をする義理などないわ。
Brandinho, vamos lá.
私には生きとし生けるものすべての命を守る義務があるのです。
Ai, pronto. Ah, não, tem que ser esse aqui.
新しい
アテナの加護により与えられたこのゴッドクロスに恥じぬ戦いをしなくては。
あなたの相手は僕だ。
Cara.
"土足で踏み荒らされてはこのエリシオンが汚れるわ。
Nath.
い社員。
Não acredito aqui.
Hum. 困るな。ここは善人しか来ることのできぬエリシオンだというのに、肉体だけでなく精神もズタズタに攻めさいなんでくれよ。
僕も
これ
ゴッドクロスにふさわしいセイントでありたいものだ。
いちいち
アテナよ。もはや貴様など姉ではない。
土足で踏み荒らされてはこのエリシオンが汚れるわ。
心ゆくまで相手をしてやる。
許しません。
ネ
知るがいい。見よ。ごぼう星の力。
君はすでに我が術中に落ちている。
誰を先に殺すも同じこと。
願いよ。大地の種。
Ah!
ウジ虫が
セイクレットタリスマン。
終わりだ。敵は皆殺しだ。
息の根を止めてくれるぞ。
Ai, não mata.
ブラックギャラクシアンエクスプロージョン。
セイクレット
ここは私が始末。近所
セイクレットタリスマン。
ウジ虫がアルタロズ
セイクレットタリスマン。勝利の日を
Meu Deus.
ブラックギャラクシアンエクスプロージョン。
君は我が
Ai, 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 ai.
いるがいい。
大地の種。
敵は皆殺しだ。これで止めに受けよ。
バカめ、お前にいちいち話をする義理などないわ。土足で踏み荒らされてはこのエリシオンが怪我るわ。
使徒は何かを教えてあげよう。
バカめ、お前にいちいち話をする義理などないわ。
パラダイスロス。
Ai.
バカ。ここは私が始末。
覚悟しろ。
行け。チェーン。
それが運命ならばセイクレットカリスマン。
ごぼう星の力。
ピラニアンローズ。
汚らわしい。愚か者が。
Vai, 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 vai.
君はすでに我が術中に落ち。
Eu vou perder essa aqui. Quer apostar? Ui, 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 ui.
タリスマン。
ユニバースウィング。
問答無用。無駄だ。終わりだ。
愚か者が。
バカ。ブラックギャラクシアンエクスプロージョン。アニキレイトフォール。
心ゆくまで相手をしてやる。
くれ。させませんよ。
バカな。来い、遊んでやる。敵はみんな殺しだ。ピラニアンローズ。
メガワレットタリスマン。
大地の盾。
行け。
セイクレットタリスマン。
君はすでに我が術中に落ちている。
バウン。
Beleza.
困るな。ここは善人しか来ることのできぬエリシオンだという。
死をもってその罪償うがいい。
Tá. Aqui. Pronto. Ai, meu Deus. Como é que eu vou fazer essa placa funcionar direito agora? Deixa eu só arrumar isso aqui, gente. Só um minuto. Adoro que o YouTube não ajuda, né? Tá, vamos lá. E aí, como é que você tá? Minas abandonadas. Tá, vamos lá.
All of that?
Tá, ele vai pra superfície.
That is a serious mining operation. I can't imagine.
Ah, é que eu peguei a chave lá na outra sala. Por isso que deu pra abrir a porta.
First time inside a drill. Bucket list item, check. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a good reason to stop drilling.
Curiosidade matou gato. O problema é que ele morreu. Ah, sério que você tinha isso?
Bingo. Let's see what we got.
Nisso a gente concorda. Ah, não. Realmente, uma coisa tem que admitir, esses carinhas tinham classe. Mas assim...
「
came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Tissue sample? You came all the way down here for that? Must be some damn important cells. You want to tell me what I'm about to be staring at? A fast-growing pteromorph. That is concerning. Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Hadrian. She gave you this? If she made you come all the way for this... Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
Red Devils. Lots of stories, terrible stories, about these guys. Of course, you ask a UC Patriot, and they're all heroes.
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt.
Just paid the whole thing off, huh? Hope it's obvious from my current circumstances that that's gonna be a gift, not a loan.
All queued up. Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right, just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait, where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved. Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample has got all the indicators of the worst pteromorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was. An entire city wiped off the map. The swarms were so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they looked just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tal Ceti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any pteromorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-pteromorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
That is the definition of an existential threat. Dear Lord.
E nós só vamos dar uma volta lá no céu.
You want to tell me what your plans are for it now? Because until now, the pteromorphs that wiped out Londinian had the good sense to stay put. What happened there? It was a tragedy, but at least it was contained. So to find evidence for a similar attack on a different world, well, we don't have enough information to know precisely what this means. But I doubt it's good. So I'd love to know what it is you're planning from here. The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
does he know warfare? UC's dark, dirty secret. Bastards. How do you even manage to carry all that?
Tô acostumada a levar peso, só. Acostumada a levar peso. Dá licença, vocês dois aí, eu. Para a superfície.
Hope you find what you're looking for.
Pena que a gente não sai dentro. A gente vai a quilômetros do local, né? Pra não ter alguma coisa.
Maybe I've done that a time or two.
Ainda bem que eu não atirei a granada dentro da cidade. Já diminuiu bastante. Legal isso aqui. Caramba! Faltam 5 naves. Eu posso pilotar as B. Mas que no próximo eu vou estar sozinha, né? Ah, essa aqui, comandante da nave. Eu queria um pra... queria esse, queria um pra esse. Queria aumentar esse aqui da pistola também. Eu acho que eu vou fazer um farm de XP. Aí eu consigo as... levo até nível 40 e consigo as XP que eu preciso pra upar tudo. Corram, meninos, corram!
Keep a lookout. Notify us if you see anything suspicious.
Is that really her? Adrian.
Percival. My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say.
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back. Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on two conditions. One, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And two, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti with both of us. Well, when the colony war came to a close 19 years ago, with the signing of the armistice, 3 factions were involved in the negotiations. The UC, Freestar, and House Varun. They made a lot of decisions about what sort of tactics should and shouldn't be permitted in future conflicts. All information related to the things they decided should be banned was locked away in the archives. Now, it's possible to get things out of there, but only with the agreement of members from all 3 factions. And as to what our research is doing in there, well, I'll get to that. The Cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The President, top military brass, scientific and diplomatic division heads. Any major decision the UC makes goes through them. They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the archives. So without their blessing, we're flying blind. Of course, you deserve the full story. Percival and I, we're not just researchers. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. Well, it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. The project went right off the ground. but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it. I mean, I hope they will, given the evidence we've acquired. But getting the Freestar Collective and House Varun on our side, that won't be easy.
Since neither group is exactly on great terms with the UC at the moment, for various reasons.
Exactly. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic legwork to see this through. But I don't see a better option to solving what's going on here. So it's gonna be up to us to get them on board. Because the Terramorph project was doomed from the start. Terramorphs are too mean, too smart, too hungry to be used in combat. Trust us, we tried. The data that's in the archives, it's historical write-ups, anatomical notation, food chain analyses. I doubt they would have even classified it if it didn't have a Xeno-warfare logo on it. You have my word. It's not a threat. All right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it.
Now with just one look and get my heart racing.
Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
Crime's at an all-time low around Sidonia. Let's keep it that way.
Cara, ele tá me seguindo.
My buddy Match keeps asking me if I can help him.
And they said they don't cover that kind of damage. Is that true?
Hi there.
No, I don't think so.
Hey! Haven't seen you around here before. Did you just move in? Oh yeah? Word gets around, I guess. Well, if you got a way to get off world, then maybe you can help. I found out recently that my favorite book series, Dragonstar Force, had a very limited initial run. I really want to collect all the first editions, but it's hard for me to get them shipped all the way out here. I already tracked down Volume 1. Could you go buy it and bring it back here for me? I'll pay you back, of course. Plus, you know, extra for your trouble. They're these old science fiction fantasy books about space and good versus evil and a mysterious magical relic called the Dragon Star. Now, there's this team of heroes who fight space wizards, and dragons, demons, and whoever else seeks to take over the galaxy using the Dragon Star. You will?
Wow, you're the first person to actually agree to do it. Thanks. Like I said, I'll make it worth it to you. You won't regret it.
Deixa... Ah, é lá em Alpha Centauri. Tá, dá pra vir aqui. Eu tô indo pra Alpha Centauri mesmo. Vou perguntar o que essa praga desse robô tá fazendo.
Of heat leeches, breeding in the utility section the other day.
Captain, greetings.
Time to join the stars.
Stay in orbit or jump. Your call.
As the hero of Vectera, you need your own comic book, your own cartoon, your own theme song. We've got
Eu já dei o salto pro planeta, pro sistema, mas não pro planeta. Por isso tá aparecendo de novo. Pra cada planeta que tu der o salto.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. And we're done. Feel free to land.
E chumbo, cloro, água, chamba, chamba. Esse aqui é a água. Esse aqui é a água. Então, cadê o cloro? E o cloro. Nossa, esse planeta tem muitos. Agora deve ser esse pequenininho aqui no meio. Não, chama também. É não. Ah, só não passa muito tempo no sistema, eles podem deixar.
Looks clear. Initiating landing sequence.
Welcome to Gagarin. Your ship need fuel? Repairs?
Mech construction is a dead industry, Chief Pretorius. Those jobs aren't coming back. But Reliant Medical, Archmite, and Satori Mills are dedicated to Gagarin. We were just hoping Gagarin could show the same dedication in return.
Welcome to Clint's. Whatever you need, I'm sure I've got it lying around somewhere. Except mech parts. Don't trade those anymore, so don't waste your time asking. If you need anything, just follow the sound of falling inventory. You'll find me eventually. May not be the prettiest stock, but you can count on every piece.
Mas o volume único já tinha.
Trade in a little bit of everything here. Except mechs. Too old to be dealing with that black market stuff. Gagarin. It was a military town until the end of the Colony War. Mechs were our specialty. Everyone always blabbers about Mars making the highest performance machines. But if you needed a system that wouldn't let you down in a pinch, you piloted a Gagarin. But that all dried up when the mechs were banned with the armistice. Now, we've got these new firms coming in. Archmite, Centauri Mills. Claim they're here to revitalize the city. Which is funny, since their employees refuse to step foot in most of it. Plenty more competition for stores like mine, that's for sure. UC had a lot more money to throw around in those days. During the war, I couldn't keep the shelves stocked. At first, because of all the demand. But later, because the Freestar Collective flotillas were so damn good at picking off UC merchant craft. But the biggest difference now? The quiet. Not just because most of the forges and mines shut down. It was the testing. Firms used to drive their prototype mechs out into the canyons, way beyond the city. But you could still hear the guns all the way from here. It was like, shoo, thunder. So when the thunder stopped, well, so did Gagarin in a way. Good way to think about it. Hopefully I'll be around long enough to see the end result. Plenty on offer.
Hello.
Need some work done?
Uma minigun. Ah, tem, então eu posso vender aquela ponte. Posso vender outra arma também. Tem uma dessa aqui pra baixo. Eu vou vender as outras armas. É que eu não precisei, velho. Vou precisar de tantas coisas assim pra vender, porque eu dei uma vendida lá no outro... mais pesada, eu vendi no outro lugar lá.
There's a bit more in the back if you're... Hope you're finding everything. Oh, please, take a look.
127. Já. Acho que eu tenho uma dessa aqui lá em cima, essa aqui lendária. Ó, 52. É mesmo, essa aqui é lendária. Ah! Trinta. 35.
Appreciate the business.
Boa noite. Tá, beleza. Onde é que tá o...
Ever run into spacers?
Carefully prepared
Scumbags and skeletons. You're out there a lot, right? In space? Just do us all a favor and never turn into one of those spacers. Scum of the galaxy. Even the crews in the fleet don't trust them.
They'll have our table ready soon.
Did we have to come early? You know they'll be late.
It's a matter.
Dá pra vender ali, ó. Não era o lugar que eu queria, mas dá pra fazer isso.
Bulk items may require multiple levels of approval. Welcome to UC Distribution. Something I can do for you? Oh, well, certainly. back to it then.
Dois, três, dois.
Welcome to UC Distribution. I hope we have what you need.
Cadê? Tá faltando dinheiro.
Right. Come back.
Tá, cadê a outra? Tinha 2, 3, 2. Tem 2, 4, 8. Aquela ali é muito boa pra matar os terramorfos, meu. Ah, acaba com a vida dos bichos em feito água. Atirou nos caras, os bichos estão mortos. E aí, fuzileiro? Tudo bem? Bicho cai assim, feito em água. Parece que não existe os bichinhos. Agora, eu tenho que achar. Eu saio daqui, vou pra área de venda das coisas. É o banco. Ah, é o médico. Tá, só um segundo que eu tô mais pesada do que o Homem de Ferro com a armadura do Hulk. Caralho, tô muito pesada. Até que agora não é tanto, já andei uma aliviada.
Medical supplies are available for purchase at, if I may say, very competitive prices. Welcome to Reliant. If you're in need of medical assistance or require supplies, I am sure we can accommodate you.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place.
Nossa, só deu um.
May you remain in good health.
Pronto. Eu vendo coisa, compro coisa. É, isso é a preparação que a gente faz RPG, meu. Entra coisa, sai coisa, vai coisa, vem coisa. Se não me engano, o arsenal tá aqui pra trás. É. Vamos lá.
I'm sure you already know there's something to be said for. Please, take a look.
Tá, primeiro, antes de qualquer coisa. Agora que eu já te dei grana, vamos pegá-la de volta. Cara, essa arma aqui é uma minigun, meu. Eu acho que o problema ali é a cascavel. Acho que tem mais coisa aqui que tá pesando e eu não tô vendo o que é. Eu tô com muita arma, meu. Eu acho que bugou o peso, meu. Ah, eu já tô mais leve.
Ever wonder how the Crimson Fleet seems to be everywhere? The pirates use them as forward operating
The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin, a title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. I'm the last. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it. A non-trivial amount of gene editing.
Boa quantidade.
Honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world. He and I are different on more than a few levels, but there's no denying the fact we're inextricably linked. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the Colony War to an ugly end for the UC. But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless lives. Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him. I really appreciate you saying that. I just thought you deserved to know, considering how much
Consegui
you've done
fazer o
already.
Sam voltar a gostar
I
pouquinho
certainly
de mim.
understand what a burden unwanted family legacy can be at times. Good or bad.
They do find a way of injecting themselves into your lives, don't they? Just our lot, I suppose. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or, if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift. I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being fleet admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy, perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too. But Ve Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life. Well, thinking about it more, I suspect there'd be value in sharing the fact that the Terramorph project was, well, a failure. There's no need to be afraid of this data being weaponized. Knowing that should calm some of the Cabinet's fears and make it easier for us to dispel any suspicions the other factions might have about our intentions. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. The Cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise. Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The Cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the Cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue. Here we go.
Ah, Captain. Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Último andar. Ouvindo.
Pardon?
Ah, deixa eu só salvar, porque se eu tiver que fazer a persuasão.
Ah, welcome. You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Yes, well, precisely how urgent is what I hope we'll determine here today. So now, we have two petitioners here making a surprising request. Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all three Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
Estamos tentando entender o que vamos enfrentar.
That's quite the leap, Captain. Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, Terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic, and at worst, A power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her...
Meu Deus!
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium.
Consultar médium.
I would also ask
Gostei.
how many deaths the cabinet requires to act. 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt, the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties. Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
Just taking her word for it as well, then.
So it would seem. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
Sem informação, tu não tem como lutar.
And that data may be the key to stopping untold suffering. Greater good is calling. You gotta pick up.
Exatamente.
I hadn't thought of that, Captain.
Se tu não sabe com o que tá mexendo, como é que tu vai dizer que se é possível ou não acontecer de novo se tu não tem os dados na mão?
That point is a good one.
Entende? Se os dados estão lá, tu pode pegar, comprovar, olhar e dizer, não, não pode, volta os dados pra lá, beleza. Agora, se tu tem os dados, usa eles, pô. Pode salvar muito mais vidas do que esperar acontecer 10 ataques pra depois... se eu tivesse restrições, tinha salvado não sei quantas vidas.
What was that?
Attention. An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs? More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God. Hold on, we need to move.
There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming, and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am. Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there.
Nossa, tem uma estação embaixo do espaçoporto. Tem. Lá embaixo.
You! The EM rifle, grab it! Now!
Stop! We're trying to help you!
Please! I can't stop!
That's it! Now hit him with
Got another one.
Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know. They were down at the port and they just started screaming. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just started firing on us. People we knew. They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire, and keep that EM weapon at the ready. I'm not suggesting. It's documented behavior. The result of the projection, though, can vary wildly. Some folks just shrug it off. Others hallucinate. And some lose control altogether. They'll lash out at anyone around them, but still be aware while they're doing it. Those cases, you'll either need to knock them out with EM fire, or free them by killing the Terramorph. Let's do it.
Nat's unlocked. Please, do what you can to help them.
Precisou a cidade ser atacada. É a nuvem. É a nuvem não, é o alarme da cidade. Porque tá vendo um... O que eu vou chamar? Um monstro gigante que quer matar todo mundo. Ah. E os caras não queriam dar a liberação pra... Olha. Ah, que bonito, bicho. Ah, que bonito, bicho. Meu Deus.
Surrounded. All around. No way out.
Wait, officer? Are you and this woman experts? Take whatever we can get right now. We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad, but we're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more, my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word, we're out there on your 6.
You two have any experience with terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here. But we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us. Your call. We're on the line.
São 2. Puta, man. Falei que essa arma é boa pra matar esse bicho. É uma pistola, meu. Isso é uma pistola, meu. Pistola braba pra matar bicho brabo. Obrigada por fazer o que eu queria fazer. E como é que eu entrei dentro do... Fica parado, mensagem geográfica. Morreu.
Target down. Nice work, Captain.
I wonder what Jacob would think of a
O que eu ganho pegando?
save New Atlantis. Damn if I'm not proud of it, though.
Eu não quero nem perguntar cadê minha nave, meu. Porque se a minha nave virou destroço... Ah, não, tá lá. Eu ia dizer, vocês vão pagar um concerto, uma nave nova e outras caralhada 4.
Grab everything useful.
Guarda. As outras pessoas certas.
You two. Universe put the right people in the right place.
Ei, essa boa ainda tá com terromorfo. Com certeza não parece.
I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
O bicho feio.
How the hell did terramorphs get into the city like that?
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people... Captain? Hadrian?
Don't let my people
It would appear that the cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Essa aqui é essa canalha, né?
Of course. I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the cabinet.
Precisou, sei lá, uns 5 terramorphos invadir a cidade pra vocês perceberem?
From the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now.
Uma bancada. Diplomata.
Captain, to be that representative. We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. So, will you help us? I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
You've got the cabinet's full backing to prevent more attacks. Understand?
Bom, uma parte eu já tenho, porque eu sou patrulheira da Freestar Collection. Então, falar com eles deve ser mais fácil, porque eu já, entre aspas, eu já sou... eles já me conhecem, né? Por assim dizer.
These creatures can hit us in New Atlantis. Nowhere is safe.
Keep us in these orders. A vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require.
Não é uma coisa que assim, primeira que eu tô fazendo aqui, não, isso aqui é a segunda que eu tô fazendo. Então, em teoria, talvez seja mais fácil. Eu vou lá botar água do chimarrão e esquentar, a gente aproveitar e ir no banheiro e já volto. bastante. Super. Voltei, gente. Ai.
That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
Nah, perdendo o botão errado.
Captain, I believe we were discussing getting you into the archives. You know what they are, correct? Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Faroon. Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Faroon to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. It won't be. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate. And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative. But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Faroon? The good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable.
Well then, hope she's doing a good job.
Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Huh. Well, if that's the case, I'll wait to be pleasantly surprised. But we do have one item up our sleeve. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage. But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen. Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you.
Pelo amor de Deus, dá vontade de chegar pra lá, pra eles e contar tudo que eles estão fazendo dentro da embaixada.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise. And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there. Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval. Well, these days, they're primarily considered a security threat. Zealots, a fundamentalist outshoot of the group that stayed behind when the rest retreated into seclusion, want nothing more than to send everyone not dedicated to their cause to the great serpent in the sky. But that hasn't always been the case. After they ended the Serpent's Crusade about 70 years back, House Varun did take a real run at trying to normalize relations with the rest of the galaxy. It's why they have an embassy here in the first place, why they were included in the armistice negotiations. But then, without warning, they left, leaving behind, to our knowledge, just the ambassador and his duty under the armistice.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
Of course, but there is another wrinkle. We're not 100% sure Balmore's actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting. Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin, if we can ever find them. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. The embassy is still legally House Varun's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. We're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out. The Varun delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them when they set up in the embassy. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Vamos lá, então. Pera aí. Tá. Tá certo.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking.
Tá mesmo.
This space is a
Sorry, but I need sign-off from the Interstellar Affairs office.
You our visitor? You'll find the ambassador in her office. Go on through.
They have mixers for expats at the embassy every now and then. Only place you can get some good old Aquila City beer.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference.
Always good to get back to Freestar soil, even if it is surrounded by New Atlantis.
Não, não é aqui.
More than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I had. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Official business? Talk to the ambassador.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
Ambassador, I can't emphasize how important this is.
And who might you... Oh, I recognize that face. You're a Co, aren't you? Didn't you run away to help that little explorers club?
Really? An explorers club? Ma'am, I've signed up to help my friend here, who's looking to stop a whole heap of needless pain and suffering. Imagine if this happened in Aquila City, or Neon. The results would be bad, or, let's be honest here, far, far worse. We owe it to our people to do something.
It's a disturbing thought, Mr. Co. And while it is my job to protect the people of the Collective, the way to do that, I believe, is clear. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time, and yours, and go? You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. Co's do have a way with words. Imagine how it'd look if the next attack occurred in Freestar space. And those lives are in my hands. Action sometimes is the only sound choice one can make. Captain, I'm sorry, but my answer is not...
não. Cara, eu achando que puxar... Pô...
Official business? Talk to the ambassador.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
Ambassador, I can't emphasize how important this is.
And who might you... Oh, I recognize
Que arrogância da mulher, hein?
You're a Co, aren't you? Didn't you run away to help that little explorers club?
Really? An explorers club? Ma'am, I've signed up to help my friend here, who's looking to stop a whole heap of needless pain and suffering. Imagine if this happened in Aquila City, or Neon. The results would be bad, or, let's be honest here, far, far worse. We owe it to our people to do something.
It's a disturbing thought, Mr. Co. And while it is my job to protect the people of the Collective, the way to do that, I believe, is clear. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go? You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance, one, to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. Co's do have a way with words. Imagine how it'd look if the next attack occurred in Freestar space. You know that for sure. That is interesting. I could be the hero here. Well, Captain, you make some good points.
Vai no automático mesmo. Eu não ia arriscar saber qual é que ela queria ali.
Your access will be limited. You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure of it. You go in once, you get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight. Freestar scientists will watch your people like hawks. So, do we have an agreement? Excellent. Follow me.
Valeu a pena convencer a mulher, hein?
And there. Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess.
Ah, não, achei que ia ser mais fácil, porque, putz, eu já sou patrulheira. Eu já sou patrulheira, a mulher já me conhece. Teoria, né? A federação já me conhece, a universidade já me conhece. Podia chegar mostrando o distintivo. Ainda bem que eu tinha o Sam comigo. É um porre pegar. Acho que se não tiver opção, a única forma de entrar é roubando do escritório dela. O que aconteceu aqui, meu?
I mean, is it supposed to look like this? With Varun, you just never know. Love you make every day special. Well, if you must. gets weirder and weirder.
Essa droga se levantou, meu. Eu tinha desativado as torretas. Tô lutando contra robô, né? Pera aí, então. Pronto. Meu Deus, esses robôs tão, sei lá, se é alguma coisa no jogo. Mas esses robôs tão estranhos, eles não se comportando direito. Aqui. Achei. Mas não cabe outra, não sei.
please drop some of that. I'm hurting just watching you. Well, they don't need it.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
O que tá fazendo aqui embaixo?
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then... silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand? I take it you didn't have such an experience where you were, then, hmm? Yes, the entire embassy was thrown into lockdown, trapping me in my quarters, disabling the Venom tree's filters, and arming the defenses. A disconcerting experience, to say the least. Was the rest of the city spared? Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil.
Isso ele tá certo.
Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
For whatever it's worth, Sam Coe here. You got my word too.
Well then, I shall not fear. Please, follow me.
Fazer o que for possível, porque realmente ele tá certo. Não é o conhecimento que faz o mal, é as pessoas que usam de forma errada aquilo que tem. Olha como tá a pólvora, né? Pólvora foi usada para fazer fogos de artifício. Aí o pessoal usou para fazer o mal. A mesma coisa é a bomba atômica e tudo mais. A bomba atômica não é uma radiação. Foi usada para podia ser usada para salvar vidas e tudo. Esse seria roubo, né? Não vou roubar. Nossa, mas esses são os aposentos do cara, meu. Eu não vou, só quero dar uma olhada. Esses são os aposentos do cara, meu. Caramba. Vou perguntar pra onde é que tá saindo. Cara, como é que eu saio daqui, meu? Eu sei que a saída não é por aqui, mas eu quero ver se por aqui eu saio aonde. Uhul, eu saí em cima do telhado. Legal. Ainda tô com sobrepeso.
Galbank. Can you smell the rampant capitalism? That was a hell of a thing to see.
Listed archives full of ordnance.
Ah, informações de navegações. Eu achei que a roupa ia aliviar meu peso, não.
Just doesn't add up. Spaceport has anti-Xena protocols. How the hell does a whole herd of Terramors touch down undetected?
Howdy.
Mas antes de qualquer coisa, eu vou fazer o chimarrão. Vamos lá. Já voltei.
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement. So the old man was still lurking around in there. Fine work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
O que vai acontecer se eu não me importar de forma exemplar?
Here on Vanguard business?
Estou em cima de uma planta! Põe aqui o arquivo. Nossa, é exatamente como mostrar lá em cima. Hein?
Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Oi. Ah, são em 3 lugares diferentes ainda. Ah, aqui deve ser a da... A única que não tem nada é a da casa Val, não sei das quantas. É aqui, ó. Ali deve ser a da Federação. E aqui é a da OC. Daria pra burlar esse sistema e tentar pegar mais coisa aqui.
You might want to stow some of that. Just a suggestion.
Não dá. A única que não tem ninguém é a da casa Van, não sei das quantas são.
Okay. Hello.
There you are. Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready.
Eu tô com os dados. Ah, eu não posso abrir.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Yes. It will be. Percival and I have done our damage. This is us starting to put some things right. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Caraca, já vou ganhar essa cidadania. Tá, deixa eu só fazer uma coisa. Vai fazer dar um salto de fé do alto da torre? Cara, eu tava debochando quando falei do salto de fé. Gente, eu tava debochando.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation.
We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property.
Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position.
Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this. But we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name.
Ooh. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? I'm sorry. I can't share any more without your word. Do I have it? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
Quem é que quer falar comigo? Tô falando, eu achei que a mulher ia me fazer dar um salto de fé, meu.
Seems like the Crimson Fleet is everywhere these days.
Ah, peraí, eu posso voltar lá?
Virus through the settled systems. I like to set up shop in old facilities within the colony war. That way, they can strike anywhere.
Hey, if you go, I'll follow. I could use a break.
Ah, não. Tava demorando. Tava demorando, meu. Eu vou lá levar o chimarrão pra mãe e já volto, gente, só um minuto. Ah, vai dizer que eu vou ter que sair tudo, fechar tudo, logar tudo de novo. Não vai 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 de novo. Oh, foi. Ah, achei que não ia. Ah, não. Depois que eu perdi o save aquela vez, meu, tô tão desesperada.
You are a sight to behold. I was tired of waiting around anyway.
Problem?
Quem quer me ver? Tô curiosa.
So this is where the UC hides all the scary shit they're doing. What I'd give to have all the Rangers with me right now.
Logging authorized entry. Unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
Ah, well, you'll have to tell me all about it later.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat. President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get. Which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
Não pode ser. A federação disse que matou os caras, mas não matou. Ela escondeu cada um deles.
Perceptive. I like that. I'm Francois Sanon. But most know me as Victus.
Falei, ela não matou nenhum deles.
During the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes. But the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here. A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies. To warrant my execution. The official charges I faced after the war were twofold. The first was the destruction of civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne, a battle during which those civilian ships were actively attacking my fleet. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinian spaceport to halt the spread of the Terramorph outbreak there. The city and its citizens were lost, but countless others likely saved. And for doing what was right, I was put on trial. And my life irrevocably changed. One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the Colony War. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity, but my execution, staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor. And considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse. So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. But such is the life of a soldier. Very astute. That's my daughter. My progeny. You've been working along.
Caraca, meu. Se eu for filha da mãe, eu passo lá na fidelidade, eu vou lá na constelação e vou contar.
trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. It was an attempt by the United Colonies to solidify its own legacy, forging a new generation of great leaders. They were raised by adoptive families made up of scholars and tacticians, trained at the United Colonies' greatest scientific and military academies, displayed incredible promise. But by the time the Colony War came to a close, there was only Hadrian. But that's ancient history now. You have much more pressing matters at hand, with which I can help.
O Sam tá lá fora, então ela não vai saber que eu tô debochando do cara.
Years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with. Well, who better to find them? But many of them I knew personally, and I've always had a mind for details. Where someone was born, next of kin. You'd be shocked how often an otherwise brilliant criminal flees to the planet just next to the one where they were born, or where a family member resides. I simply use my own personal knowledge and the information our group collects for me to track them down.
É, mas tu continua vivo, né?
Set things right. One task. That's all I require. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colonies' more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able.
É, mas engraçado, tu pode ficar vivo, né?
Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps, down the line, you might become a part of our team.
Não. A não ser que eu possa acabar com a tua raça. Aí a gente pode pensar no caso.
Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing.
Ah, não. Engraçado. É o que eu tô achando que tu é.
You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it. If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There's a star station in the vicinity, the Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
Ah, eu acho que eu sei quem é.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
How you doing, darling? On it.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Captain, please, keep your voice down.
Nah, eu vou falar bem alto.
The situation with the prisoner is a complex one. A holdover from a different era. But it's a
Dá pra botar lenha na fogueira? Porque se dá, eu vou meter lenha na fogueira aqui.
For some time now. And the most critical part of that management is making sure no one else learns of it.
Ah, não, minha cara. Pode apostar que eu vou soltar a lenha na fogueira lá na frente. Já.
No, they really shouldn't.
Podem e vão se depender de mim.
What you've learned outside this building will make you, Captain, look like a crazy person. I don't want that, and you certainly don't want that. So you need to keep this to yourself. Now, was there something in particular you wanted to discuss about your meeting? Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return? Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting? Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake, but I don't think you need to be too concerned. This is far from the first name he's
Se der pra trair o cara com todas as forças, é o que eu vou fazer.
So I'd certainly warrant caution. I think you can proceed. The Den? It's a star station. Orbiting Wolf, the second star station actually to bear that title. The first one was blown to smithereens by House Varun during the Serpent's Crusade. The place has always acted as a remote strategic hub, primarily for repairing and refueling UC military vessels. But because of its distance from the rest of the UC, things there have always been a little more lax. Patrols included. I can think of worse places in the galaxy for a criminal to hide out. Then I'll bid you good day, Captain, and remind you of the importance of discretion.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Cara, se der pra trair a confiança da depois dessa, meu. Eu vou só botar coisas lá no banco. Se der pra trair a confiança da UC, eu prefiro muito mais que com a Federação.
Gorgeous weather today, huh?
Ah, não, é pro outro lado. Ué, disse que eu ia ficar do lado dos piratas da próxima. Que eu ia fazer tudo errado da próxima vez, né? Mas eu acho que já vou começar aqui agora.
Be back.
Tô com uma arma extremamente pesada.
What is it? Your investigation with the Freestar Rangers has come to an end. Are you satisfied with the results? I suppose not. This Ron Hope, supposedly a man of the people, was more concerned with profit than lives. He was not the first, and certainly will not be the last. At least he will no longer be able to prey on others. I am unsure that death was preferable to justice, but at least the situation is over, and there is no question who was to blame. No, he did not. A very poor decision on his part. Perhaps a lesson to be learned by others who would break the law. At least while you serve as Ranger. I think less of the badge and more of the person wearing it. But you should be proud of your accomplishments. Shall we find some other adventure to occupy us now?
Não, não é. Agora eu tô mais levinha. Ah, peraí, já que eu tô aqui.
We've always considered ourselves explorers. This really is uncharted territory, isn't it?
Never spend so much time looking at this.
Let's deal.
Pressure on it. This isn't there.
Show the words another time then.
Prontinho. Ah, eu preciso pegar mais... Preciso... Puta que pariu. É, bate com a cabeça na parede. Preciso pegar mais... Vai ser o nome. Eu preciso pegar mais artefato, agora saiu o nome.
Got anything you need to offer? Trade authorities always buy. Kiosk right here for you.
Greetings, Captain. Good day, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Caramba, o Vasco tá com tudo isso. Vou botar no Vasco? Qual é a...
Allow me to assist you with carrying your items.
Let's... Ah, peraí. Tá. Não, pera. De novo. Eu vou pegar tudo. Ah, dá pra fazer assim, mais fácil. Eu já tô pesado. Acho que tem mais arma aqui do que deveria ter. Deve. Tem mais arma aqui do que deveria ter.
Good day, Captain.
Tá, o Vasco ficou com uma minigun. O robozinho vai levar uma minigun. Eu vou levar o chimarrão pra mãe e a gente já volta. Só um minuto.
Ship is now
It's
done.
my second favorite thing in the galaxy.
Didn't even smudge
Next
to
to
paint.
reading about you. I hear Constellation has been collecting a ton of new things, ancient things. Do you think people are starting to notice?
Ai, tu fica. Agora ensinei você a minha última. Agora ensinei. Quando ela de volta pro lugar dela.
Ready to take off, Captain.
Quer ver que é o cara do bar?
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city. He said,
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC security, not the Vanguard. Oh, apologies, Captain. Didn't recognize you without the uniform. So, what can I do for you? Orlaise. Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him? Suit yourself. Well, I can tell you there's no one on the den by that name. But there has been a rumor about a ship floating out around Etheria. Never docks, doesn't respond to hails. They call it the Warlock. Maybe this Orlaise of yours is the one piloting it. I can give you the coordinates to its last sighted location if you want. Just, well, you'll need to be careful. That part of Etheria's sky is an old debris field. Plenty dangerous. More than a few scrappers heading out never came back. I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told each other to keep themselves amused. Pretty surprised to find out he has a name. Like, finding out the Grim Reaper's named Mitch or something. Huh. Makes you wonder, though. Ships have been disappearing in those fields for years. Going theory on why was a combination of old ordnance and Etheria's gravity disappearing them. But maybe someone's been helping them over the ledge. Well, the original dense star station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria, forming a nasty debris field. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all. Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
You keep installing new cool things in your ship. It's like Christmas every day.
Pronto, eu não preciso da... Ir pra...
Captain. Do you require my assistance?
I lost everything because of the UC. They will get no more!
Pilot emergency detected. Hatch override engaged. Error. File deletion cannot be completed. Ending process.
Man, this place is bringing the heat. What? I can do dad jokes.
Ele se matou. Tá bom.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
Vocês estão atrapalhando. Ah, depois eu tenho que aliviar esse coisa de carga da Amantes. Vou upar uns níveis depois. Vai dar pra ver.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep. Okay.
Love you make every day special.
Another day, another credit.
Dá pra depois subtrair as coisas?
Authorized personnel. Your friend has to stay here.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays? I'm not surprised. The man fled every consequence he ever faced. Of course, you don't expect me to just take you at your word, do you? Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome. I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Every effort of my being to their protection. I even gave them my heirs. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose is not. A military Model A, yes. Specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team during the Colony War. A powerful resource, if you can recover him. You're saving the galaxy, Captain. What tool wouldn't you use to protect it?
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Dá vontade de contar, dá.
I'm so excited.
Tem Marte. Engraçado que a UC não tem missão paralela.
No life signs nearby. Just another dead rock.
Olha, tá tudo renovado. É só por uma limpeza.
Captain, welcome back. Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
Eu vou botar esse aqui só pra não incomodar, porque a intenção é não fico feliz de me associar ao grupo das...
To each their own. Still remember my ceremony. 19 years old, standing on the front deck of Mast, looking over the city. One of the proudest days of my life. But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them. That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser? Kaiser's one of a kind. Special built for the sort of work we did. Dealing with unfriendly beasts in hostile environments. No other robot in the galaxy like him. So did you really manage to track him down? That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them? That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them? No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death?
My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
Eu adoro botaria na fogueira.
I'm sure they did. They invested so much in him over the years. Even grew him an entire family he didn't want.
Vay Victus is still breathing? Goddamn typical UC. Can't trust him to do a single goddamn thing right.
I guess it makes sense though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Vay Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited. Exactly. Because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now? It's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I, we're getting to change what the UC stands for. So
Eu não acredito nisso, mas tudo bem.
Alive or dead, he can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better. Precisely. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. So, let's get back to the business at hand. Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. But, if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser? I'm honestly not sure what his endgame might be. Involving himself in preventing terramorph attacks after all the damage he's done? Something doesn't add up. But he clearly understands how valuable it'd be to have Kaiser involved in this endeavor. So, I still think it'd be worth looking into. If you're willing. I think it's the right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
Eu disse que se eu pudesse ferrar com a UC, eu ferrava. Vem. Aí. Na primeira oportunidade, eu vou guardar o segredo até a morte. Foi meio que até eu encontrar alguém que possa ferrar vocês. Ninguém mandou dizer que matou o cara, não matou.
I know it's here somewhere. Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine? A battlefield? On Mira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Mira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any. The Colony War saw a lot of hard fighting, but Nira got it the worst. Everything the Freestar Collective and UC could muster, ground troops, xenoweapons, mechs, was hurled into the fray. Both sides hoped something would decisively turn the tide, but it never did. When the war finally ended, swaths of that world were so devastated they were effectively abandoned. So what Kaiser's doing there of all places, I can only guess at. Kaiser lets us do field work with a level of precision that there's really no other way to accomplish. More than a few of the options we're looking into. Detectors to uncover the Terramorph transmission method, or crafting a targeted biological agent. They require highly specific materials to test against. And asking a group of Marines to accompany us for that kind of work, well, it usually ended up with ruined samples and wounded teammates. And I'll make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you got them.
Vamos lá pra mira. Pelo menos a minha nave tá aqui do lado. E aí, Vasco? É mesmo. Eu falei que se eu pudesse entregar ao seu entregar.
Landing gear is ready. Sight is clear.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
Eu também gosto de ti, Vasco. Nem que dá pra dar uma polidinha em ti, também enferrujadinho. Tá, antes de começar essa quest, eu vou lá arrumar água do chimarrão e já volto. Se bem que eu acho que antes de terminar isso aqui... Pera aí. Quanto isso aqui vai demorar? Acho que isso aqui vai demorar paca, né? Vai ser 3 horas, 5 para as 3. Em 5 minutos eu não vou terminar essa quest. Vai ser que nem da outra vez. Eu vou levar quase a noite inteira para fazer essa quest. Então eu vou fazer o seguinte, gente. Eu vou voltar lá para Nova Atlântida. Vou usar o simulador para ver se eu consigo pegar mais 5 naves e levar 30. Aí eu coloco pilotagem nível 4. E eu pego coisa nível C. Aí dá pra fazer a quest do... Pra fazer... Essa aqui, design... Esse aqui. Dá pra fazer essa aqui, design custoso. Aí a gente ganhou outra nave. Eu fui lá em Marte, eu podia ter levado ali pra criatura, né? Mas tudo. A gente pode fazer mais umas missões dessa aqui amanhã, beleza? Dá um tempo, não. Eu vou lá, vou upar um pouquinho, porque eu vou ver se eu consigo chegar de level ao 35. Se eu conseguir, eu pego mais 3 pontos. Aí eu boto um aqui. Um aqui. Esse aqui de análise, que eu pego 20 metros de distância. Boto mais um aqui, que seriam 3. Pego daqui, que seria 4. E o daqui, que seria 5. Quero... nem preciso do roubo. Até preciso, porque é pra pegar o dinheiro. Mas eu não preciso ter um monte de dinheiro. Posso botar aqui, pra falar a verdade do roubo, posso botar aqui. E aí pegar... eu posso terminar os que estão faltando, deixar, botar... Arrumar a barra. Mas pra isso eu vou ter que upar um pouco de nível pra poder fazer isso. Aí eu vou fazer o método up rápido. Usando os entrepostos pra fazer isso. Então é isso, gente. Eu vou voltar lá pra Nova Atlântida. Não vou fazer esse aqui agora. Tem que até ver o que tá na coisa da minha nave. Vasco também tem coisa. Ô, que bicho feio. Deixa eu só carregar o jogo. Bom, gente, mais nessa. Eu volto hoje, sexta-feira, dia 22, para mais live, para mais diversão, para mais tudo. Então, muito obrigado pela paciência de vocês, muito obrigado pela audiência, muito obrigado por tudo. Valeu, falou e até!